Hello. You've been talking to Sangharakshita, haven't you? Or he's been talking to you more like. Just grab a space. There'll be a few more people coming. Okay, so welcome everyone. I don't know whether I think we're live as well, are we? Yeah, so welcome to everybody at home who, if they're living near here, should have been here. Anyway. What we're noticing is when we go online, suddenly like people who live down the road are online. It was for people in the US, you know. Anyway, you're very welcome, those of you who are tuning in online. But it's much better in person, as everybody here will agree. Hi there. There's places at this side if you want to grab a space. Perhaps put your hand up again if there's a space near you and move towards a raised hand. There is no raised hands, that's worrying. Okay. Any other spaces? Let's get... are you all right on a chair, or we can get you up? Yeah, great. So let's just get... Before I probably ought to introduce myself. My name is Maitreyabandhu. Somebody recently asked me how long I've been here at the London Buddhist Centre. I said for about 300 years, give or take a century. So I've been here for a long, long time. Perhaps just get a sense of who's their first time or new to meditation, so that I get a bit of a sense of who's in the room. So if you're new to meditation, and you feel new in this room, that's great. You can put your hands a little bit higher, because I don't need to be that shy. Okay, good. Yeah, great. So it's a little bit of an unusual day today. We're celebrating Sangharakshita Bhante's birth. Those are some pictures of Bhante. I knew Bhante. Many people in this room will have met Bhante. Bhante is it means revered teacher or something like that. Although when I first heard the name, I thought it was an affectionate nickname, but it's not. It's actually a Buddhist name. Yeah. So we're going to be celebrating his birthday today. He would have been 98, and we're going to have this session this morning, and then we're going to have a lunchtime meditation, and then we're going to do a Buddhist ritual. We're going to have cake. Apparently we had to cut off the words birthday from the website, because anyway, we're going to have cake to celebrate his birthday, and then later on this afternoon we're going to have a ritual to celebrate Bhante's birthday. We do this every year. So what we'll do is we're going to start by saluting the shrine in the traditional way. Those of you who are new won't have done this before, but part of life is doing things that you haven't done before. Yeah? So let's do that. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namah. Namo Okay, so just sit comfortably for a bit. Don't sit in your meditation posture. You'll need your knees for later on. Have we got you a place? Should we grab, Brian, could you grab another mat and some cushions? And are you all right on a chair? Yeah, no, it's all right. Have you got a place for the person coming? Yeah. Make sure we've got everything.
Down the side.
You can come and sit down here next to me, which may or may not be a good thing. Why don't you sit there and try to go, sure. Yeah, bring the mat with you. No. So what we're going to do just now is I'm going to say a little bit about meditation using something that Bhante wrote in this book, The Three Jewels. Say that a bit more about that in a moment. Then we'll do some meditation, and then we'll have an obligatory tea break. Whatever happens here at the centre, we always have a tea break. Even a fire drill, I think. We always have a tea break in the middle. And then I'll say a bit more about meditation, then we'll do another meditation. This part of the day will finish at 12:15, something like that. Then there'll be a bit of a break, and then we'll have a lunchtime class in which I'll carry on exploring I'm only going to explore one theme today, and I'll carry on with that theme at lunchtime. So you're very welcome to stay for lunch and have some cake, which I'm sure will be a huge motivator for you. And then in the afternoon we'll finish with this Buddhist ritual. Yeah. And if you've never done a ritual before, indeed, of course, if you have, but if you haven't done a ritual before, I'd really recommend staying for a ritual. Yeah. Okay, so what I wanted to focus on is just a short, because this is my notebook. You see how terribly I've defaced it, but I've studied this many, many times. In fact, I've just come back from a 3-month retreat where we were studying this book. And the section that I wanted to talk about is from what's called about the nature of existence. Yeah. So Buddhism is, hi there, come in. Buddhism is primarily concerned with helping people gain an insight into the nature of existence. Yeah. People tend to think, should we just get you, Brian, do you want to pass over something for this gentleman? I don't want you to sit uncomfortably. You might want to go to the corner there and get yourself a mat. We might need to. Some people might just need to shovel up a bit. We'll get to crowd management soon. We will now have to lock the door so nobody else comes in. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, so but the Buddhist vision of life and of meditation is to gain insight into the nature of existence. Yeah, many people come along to meditate to relax, to de-stress, and so on. And that is important, and many of us need to do that, myself at times included. But what Buddhism puts that very much in a much, much larger context, the largest possible context of direct experience of the nature of reality, of the nature of existence. Yeah? That's what the Buddha, the figure on the shrine, attained 2,500 years ago, direct experience of the nature of reality, and became an embodiment of reality, became a Buddha. A Buddha is a title, so he became the Buddha. He became someone who is an embodiment of reality itself, yeah, without any kind of egotism, at least as we would understand it. So in this book, The Three Jewels, Bhante is talking about the Buddha, obviously a lot, and he reflects about Buddha's experience just before he gained enlightenment, just before he realized the nature of existence. And it's a memory he had from when he was 8 or 9. It's interesting, he had this sort of childhood memory. I won't tell you all the story because we'll be here too long, but he has this childhood memory where he remembers being watching his father ploughing. They think it was a kind of ploughing contest, but he watched his father ploughing, and he's just sitting by a tree watching his father ploughing. And he entered into this extremely profound state of mind, yeah, that we would now call meditation, but that's not a Buddhist word really. But he entered into this extremely profound state of mind, just watching his father going up and down this field ploughing. Yeah. And he, from that experience, he realized the way to enlightenment. From that experience, he intuitively knew how to gain enlightenment. Yeah? Now, what's interesting about that, at least from my perspective, is that that experience of remembering being just absorbed watching his father ploughing, actually he'd learnt to meditate by different teachers by that time, and he'd gained quite remarkable experiences in meditation. Very, very profound indeed, to the degree to which we couldn't imagine. Like he experienced in meditation a realm of no thingness. He experienced a realm in which space and time seemed to disappear, yeah? And could abide in that realm, could stay in that realm. So he'd actually already had extremely profound meditation experiences, which most of us, if we'd even touched the hem of those experiences, would have thought were of the nature of enlightenment. Yeah? The Buddha realized that they weren't in the nature of enlightenment. So what Bhante's doing in this part of the book that particularly struck me whilst I was on retreat, he's wondering what it is, how come he can have these extremely profound experiences, but it's this memory of being a child and watching his father plough. It's that makes him realize how to gain enlightenment. Yeah? Why? How come? Yeah, and it's a part of the Buddha's life that not many people, I think, have reflected on enough. And reading it, I didn't think that I had. So probably what the experience the Buddha was remembering, the Buddha to be was remembering, well, it was clearly a very natural experience. Yeah. It wasn't an experience in which he was using his formidable will. The Buddha to be, Siddhartha, was extremely, you'd say he was a very healthy young man. You know, he was a prince, he was very athletic, he was very intelligent, he could use his will very strongly. Yeah? So in these extremely profound meditation experiences, he used his will very, very strongly to gain these experiences of no thingness and no space and no time. But then he remembers this memory of being a child and having this very, very natural experience of absorption, yeah? Which, you know, in technical Buddhist teaching would be much less than those experiences he was having in these later meditations. I won't go through the technicalities of it. And here's what Bhante says. He says that the Buddha realized that the way consisted not in achieving with grim determination goals fixed for itself by the conscious mind without reference to the total psyche, but in the harmonious unfoldment in and through mindfulness of one's deepest potential. That's slightly complex, but that's basically what I'm going to base the whole of the today on. That the way, in other words, how we make progress to insight into the nature of reality, into the nature of existence, is not by grim determination. And what struck me here is on goals fixed for itself by the conscious mind without reference to the total psyche. So what's happening a lot what I'm finding, I'm meeting more and more people who meditate, not only Buddhists, but people, nowadays you can learn everything on YouTube. And what I've been noticing is that people that I meet are meditating very much in that way, with determination on goals fixed for itself by the conscious mind without reference to the total psyche. So what's happening in the people I see who are meditating, there's a tendency to just think you know what meditation is, and to just sort of press on that conscious part of meditation. I think some of it's coming from American traditions, where in America, no one's got any time to do anything. So all you can do is really use your will for your 20 minutes worth of meditation. And you can only use your will like that if you're particularly stressing your conscious mind. Yeah? By conscious, I simply mean the tiny bit of your mind that you're aware of, which is tiny. Yeah? Our conscious rational mind is very, very slight. Yeah? Consciousness goes off into the shadows and is infinitely deep. And what we human beings do, we very often just live in this tiny little bit of self-consciousness, which even that isn't very broad. Yeah? So do you see, if you're not careful, if you meditate using that bit of your mind you happen to know, and with your willpower that you happen to have, all you'll do is get into this particular, you'll just keep on pressing with that small part. And he says, without reference to the total psyche, yeah, which very, very important, without reference to the total psyche. In other words, you need to meditate deeply, to live deeply. You can't just be pressing on the part of your awareness that you're conscious of. You need a much, much broader sense of your total psyche. And then he talks in terms of a harmonious unfoldment in and through mindfulness of one's deepest potential. So it seems to me that those are all key things that I want to explore today. Not using merely the part of the conscious mind you happen to think you know, the involvement of the total psyche, harmonious unfoldment and of one's deepest potential, yeah, through mindfulness of one's deepest potential. In a way, in those few little things is a whole description of the path of meditation in Buddhism. Yeah? And it comes directly from that experience the Buddha had just before he gained enlightenment. Even though he'd had these very, very profound experiences, it was something much more natural and something much more whole, and dare one say it, even embodied, which helped him realize how to gain enlightenment. Yeah? And what's happening, I think, in contemporary life is that we're less and less aware of our total psyche. We're more and more fixated on a tiny bit of rationality, partly because we're more and more living in a highly constructed and secondary world, which of course is the world of the internet, the world of our phone. We're living in a way that is quite weird to any other human generation. The psychologist and writer Ian McGilchrist says that we're the weirdest people that have ever been on Earth. Yeah? We like to think that we're terribly, terribly knowledgeable. He thinks that we know less than anybody has ever known. Yeah? And it's to do with this fact that we're trying to live through the tiny bit of consciousness that we've got. Often even that is fairly agonized, and even trying to meditate through that. Yeah? So all today I want to keep on coming back to these different elements of that experience to see if we can not meditate like that, so that we can move towards enlightenment, so that we can move towards direct experience of the nature of existence. Okay, so let's have a go at that. It's all quite straightforward. So if you've not meditated before, just sit with cushions that you need astride the cushion. I would sit astride the cushions with your knees on the ground, unless you're very, very flexible. Those of you at home, you'll need to set up as well. So I'm going to lead us through a short meditation. So the first thing we need to do is step out of this very small kind of laser consciousness that we're living in, and we need to broaden out to our body sensations. Yeah, very, very simple, just like a little boy or a little girl. We just need to be living much more through our body. Yeah? So that's where we'll start today. So when you're ready, closing your eyes. As soon as you've closed your eyes, to see if you can open out to how you are just now. So you might start simply with this, anything in your mind particularly at the moment? Are you preoccupied at the moment? Then as best as you can, open up to how you're feeling just now. And you don't need to analyse that or even ask questions about that. You just need to, as it were, taste your experience. Is your experience at the moment pleasurable, not very pleasurable, or just nothing very much? And see if you can feel what your overall experience is. As I say, you don't need to think about that. And open up your awareness to your body. So how is your body feeling just now? You don't need to think about your body, you don't need to imagine your body. You just open up to feeling it. So can you feel the weight of your body on the cushions in the chair? And if you're sitting on the floor, can you feel your knees and your feet on the floor? So we'll try and see if we can deepen our sense of the body. So first of all, bring your attention into your face, into your eyes. And just see if you can soften your face, soften your jaw. And then just see if you can let go of your shoulders. And part of letting go of your shoulders means feeling any holding or gripping in your shoulders. Just see if you can just imagine that releasing. And then taking your attention into your belly. Can you soften your belly? And see if you're gripping with your legs in any way. Very often we're holding on with our thighs. And see if you can let go of that. So we're just trying to step out of this sort of highly constructed mental experience that we so often are living in, into a stronger experience of the body. The weight of your body, the warmth of your body. So really tuning into the weight of your body on the chair or the cushion. And see if you can feel that directly, not as a thought or an image, but as a simple experience. And just see if you can expand your awareness to include your whole body. And your body might be comfortable or uncomfortable. And that's just how it is. It's just like the weather. You can't do anything about that just now. But you can just open up to body sensations however they are, without trying to change them. And when you notice that your mind has narrowed down into thought or planning or whatever, just open up to feel your whole body again, however your body feels. And see if you can feel the body without thinking about the body. Keep stretching out your mind into the whole sensations of your body. And then come back to focusing on the weight of your body on the cushions or the chair. See if you can give your weight to the cushions and the chair. See if you can feel your feet on the floor. And then when you're ready, opening your eyes and coming out of the meditation. Okay, so in a moment we'll go and have a cup of tea. So do you see that the first thing we need to do if we're going to meditate effectively, indeed if we're going to live effectively, is step out of this sort of highly constructed cognitive mental experience, which is usually very, very small, and it's only a small part of us. We need to start learning how to step out of that into a much broader sense of ourselves, as Sangharakshita says, as Bhante says, the total psyche. And the way into the total psyche, at least for today, is your experience of the whole body. Yeah? So what we'll do, I think we'll continue exploring that element of this practice, and then in the lunchtime I want to talk about the emotional element of that, because we need both. Yeah? But before all that, let's have the obligatory cup of tea, and then we'll come back in a minute. Do we have anyone watching? Okay, so welcome back again, and welcome again everyone online. Apparently we do have people from the US tuning in. From Whitechapel. Oh dear. Whoever it is from Whitechapel, you could get here for the lunchtime. It's not that hard. But the people in the US are forgiven. And we have people in India tuning in as well, so it's really good that people can tune in from all over the world and Whitechapel, as far afield as that. So what we're exploring, I'm basically all day exploring, not even a paragraph of this book. I'm trying to write a book at the moment myself, so I sort of know what that's like, trying to write about things like the nature of reality. And Bhante Sangharakshita, the founder of our movement, he uses words very, very carefully. In fact, he's the person in my life I've met who've used words most carefully. He's never rhetorical. He said that rhetoric is the charisma of the person. He doesn't believe in rhetoric. It's really important to try to really get a sense of what Bhante is saying. So he's saying here that you can't make progress just by using your grim determination, those are the words he uses, on goals fixed for itself by the conscious mind. Yeah. So we often do this. I want to run a marathon. I don't actually, don't worry. I want to do this thing and that thing. And we fix on goals with our conscious mind without reference to the total psyche. Yeah. And by doing that, we often get ourselves into trouble. We often cause ourselves, and very often others, pain. Yeah. Of course, the opposite of true, but I can't say everything in one go. But it's very easy to sort of have an idea of what you think you're trying to do. In other words, a goal set for yourself by the conscious mind without reference to the total psyche. Just yesterday I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was saying, look, I know I should be doing all these things, and wanted me to sort of advise him, I think. But I just said, how have you got to being in that place where you know what you need to do, but you don't do it? It's no good just telling people what to do, it won't help at all. It's like anyone who smokes. As soon as you start smoking, you know you shouldn't smoke. You don't need anyone to say you shouldn't smoke. You know you shouldn't smoke, you just start smoking. Yeah. So you can have all these sort of goals created by your conscious mind to use that language. Buddhism doesn't really use the language of unconscious and conscious, something I'd like to explore a bit more at some point. I think probably the Buddhist vision is more like consciousness is like a flashlight, and it can light up that part, but consciousness goes off more and more into shadow. The unconscious really was invented by Freud, and Freud's really getting at something, but you can reify it, you can make it into a box where things go, which can be unhelpful as well. So by conscious mind, he means just the bit that your light is showing you, the bit of yourself in relationship to the world that you think is you and that the light is showing you. Actually, the light goes off into the dark. And what Buddhist meditation does is it lights up consciousness more and more, including what we would nowadays would call the unconscious. But yeah, I'm really struck with that without reference to the total psyche. Yeah. So in other words, what we do is we try and progress, we try and get things, we try and stop doing things, we try and make ourselves do things, using a tiny part of our conscious mind without reference to the total psyche. Yeah. And I would say, since Bhante wrote this, I can't remember when he wrote it donkeys years ago, long, long ago, 30s or something, 50s, something like that, I think the 50s. That whole matter of the conscious mind and us leaning on the conscious mind in a very small and kind of literal way has exponentially increased. Yeah. So one of the results we're seeing that is depression. The depression statistics are going up through the roof, as is loneliness. Interestingly, so more and more people are depressed. Teenagers are getting depressed now in ways that never used to happen. Nobody really knows why depression has become so epidemic, but one of the theories is to do with technology. I think depression is something like 20 times more common now than it was in 1960. And the main difference from then and to now is technology. And what they think, nobody really knows, is that technology is making us more and more passive, and therefore our moods are likely to go down. For instance, apparently, just a little factoid, if you watch a comedy program on television, you'll say that you enjoy it, but if you did a psychometric test, you come out as mildly depressed, because you're sort of passive, I think. But I think the other consequence of technology, we don't know, and of course technology is also an absolute boon and nobody now can live without it, so we don't want to sort of go too far one way, but I think one of the other consequences of technology is that we're living more and more in a highly constructed and secondary world, which is like this little bit of conscious mind that we identify with, but we've now kind of turned it into AI. Yeah, it's that tendency to live in a tiny part of our psyche has grown exponentially at the expense of the total psyche. Yeah, so the first thing we need to do is train ourselves, and this is quite a job in itself, to keep stepping out of this highly constructed, even alienated, highly cognitive, not intelligent, highly cognitive mindset, which can become agonizing. Like one of the primary symptoms of depression is, harsh self-criticism, which becomes so habitualized that you don't notice that you're doing it. It takes your mood down, but you don't notice you're doing it because it's highly, highly habitualized. Yeah, it just sort of, it's like depression is like mist. It goes on just below the level of conscious awareness. Yeah. So the first thing we need to do is keep on not trying to solve these issues in a literal way, because usually that makes it worse, but just stepping out into the total psyche. Now the place to start with that is the body. I want to say a little bit more about the body, and then we'll do another meditation. And then, as I said, in the lunchtime, I want to start to say a little bit more about emotion, because really you can't think of the two as separate. So even when we say the body, we've got a weirdly, very often, many modern people, I'm sure it's very different in some other countries, but many modern people have got a weirdly cognitive view of the body. Yeah. I don't want to be rude about yoga, but you sometimes see this in yoga people. Everyone, people clicking offline immediately. Yoga is very good for you, and you can see that I don't do it. But I've noticed some of my friends who do yoga that they have this weirdly cognitive view of their body, like their body is a sort of difficult map that they're trying to work out the terrain of. It's very externalized, even sometimes slightly fetishistic view of the body. Like we're very, very conscious about how the body looks, but we have very little experience of how the body feels. And sometimes even exercise can be strangely cognitive, strangely abstracted, if you see what I mean. So even when we come to the body, very often our modern bodies are not what the body that the Buddha is talking about. Yeah. So the Buddha uses this word subtle body. You know, he talks about the subtle body. The mind-made body is another way of talking about it in Buddhist thought. That you have this subtle body. In other words, the body that you experience, and even the body that you dream with. Like when you dream, you're always dreaming in the body you've got. You even recognize your body in dreams. Just this morning, I was dreaming of my partner's daughter, and that she was a little baby again, and I was holding her and showing her the rain, strangely. But it was my body, and it was her body, but her body as a 3-year-old. She's 16 now, and we just rolled our eyes at this. It's still the same sort of body, yeah? Traditionally, after death, you still experience that body for a while. If people have near-death experiences, they experience them through a body. Yeah. So, what we need to do is have this sense of a subtle body, not a literal body. Even when we think of, our knees or our feet on the ground, I think what a lot of us are doing is either literally thinking about those things or picturing them. We sort of go through the body as if it's a kind of diagram in a biology test. Yeah, there's my kneecap, there's my tibia, there's my fibia, and so on. You don't experience your body like that at all. You never experience a kneecap or whatever. I haven't got enough words. Kneecap will have to do. Shoulder blade. Throwing out medical terms. You don't experience a body like that. You don't experience muscles that are sort of tight or loose and so on. What you experience is much more difficult to talk about. It's subtler, it's more holistic, it's the sort of body you dream with. Yeah. So Buddhist thought about meditation makes a lot of the subtle body. Yeah. And even, goes much further than that. But in some ways, it's perhaps the only body we actually experience. As I say, we've got this weirdly cognitive view of the body, and we're now very knowledgeable about it from the outside, but we don't have much of a sense of it, of a living, subtle body. Yeah. So what I want us to do now is see if we can do a bit more body awareness, but really see if you are experiencing the body, or if you're picturing it or thinking about it. And now the picturing and thinking can be very subtle. In fact, we're so habituated to a rather abstracted cognitive view of the body that we don't notice that that's what we're doing. When you enter meditation very deeply, your body sense becomes, exactly like the Buddha said about the subtle body. It's like transparent, it's sort of, it's radiant, it's a wholly different thing. It's interesting, I think you can even see subtle bodies in people sometimes. Do you know how someone sometimes, particularly when you're deepening your connection with someone, they stop being a literal body and they start to sort of glow a little bit. They start to feel, you start to perceive them in a new way. I think, for instance, the spiritual depth at times you can sort of see as a physical body. Yeah. We're partly what I'm trying to say is that we modern people are living in this literal, abstracted, technical view, even of the things that are supposed to help us out of that view, which is the body. Yeah? Even our sense of our body can be weirdly sort of postmodern. Yeah? We need to get back to a body that is something that we dream in. Yeah? So see in this meditation, if you're actually experiencing the body, or you're stuck in an idea of experiencing the body, you might even be stuck in an idea of meditating on the body. Even meditation, I'm noticing, as I said earlier on, more and more people meditating with this weirdly analytic, sort of distanced, in a negative sense, hyper self-consciousness. Yeah, the body you're trying to get is much more like the body that you experience once you've done a run and you've had a shower and you just sit down for a moment, and your body just is alive. Yeah, got an old good friend of mine, Knut, he's a black belt karate, and he's one of the people I've seen most who I think, yes, that's the sort of body that the Buddha is talking about. It's very, very alive. It's not sort of fetishized or you're not preoccupied with it. It's a separate thing to you. You're just living through it like a dog, like an Alsatian. I'm very keen on Alsatians. So see if you can tell if you're thinking about it or picturing it in a subtle way. See if you can tell if you've got this sort of abstracted view of your body, as if you're looking at your body from outside. You're trying to, in body awareness, unify your awareness with body itself. If you're not careful, you can tell that you're sort of looking, it's like you're looking at your body from your head. It's like you as now be aware of your body, and you can see almost people looking down. They're doing it from here. There's sort of abstracted awareness. I once taught small children to meditate, and I said, okay, let's start with feeling our feet. So they all grabbed hold of their feet. And I thought, that's sort of better. You want to live in that kind of richness, not this sort of highly cerebral, self-picturing, abstracted analytical way, which actually, weirdly, some people are starting to even say is mindfulness, which it's not at all. It's not remotely like mindfulness. Yeah. So what we need to do is, again, I'll take us through the meditation and see if we can open out to the physical sense. It's not separate from the mind. It's not like you need to step out of the mind into something else called the body. You just open up, the mind, because the mind and the body aren't separate. Yeah? But see if you can get closer and closer to the subtle body. In other words, to what you can actually feel, not what you think you should feel, not what you think you'd like to feel, not what diagrams tell you about the body. For instance, the subtle body extends beyond the physical body a little bit. It's supposed to sort of glow out a bit further than the physical body. And you experience that sometimes in meditation, that your body is bigger than your literal body, whatever a literal body might be. Yeah. Okay, does that make perfect sense? Good. Let's do that. For those of you at home, just settling down as well, whether you're in the United States, in India, or in Whitechapel. So when you're ready, closing your eyes. And again, starting with being aware of your face. So see if you can tell if you're screwing up your eyes, or furrowing your brow, or tightening your jaw. You don't need to do any of that just now. Especially see if you can soften the muscles around your eyes. So your whole face calms down, quietens down. And then taking your awareness into your shoulders. See if you can feel your shoulders. And quite often our shoulders are a bit uncomfortable, but see if you can allow yourself to feel that without reacting to it. Sometimes you can just imagine your shoulders relaxing. That still has an effect. You don't need to think in terms of doing something too much. Then take your awareness into your belly and see if you're gripping in your belly. Again, we often do that automatically and habitually, so sometimes we don't notice that we're doing that. And again, bringing your awareness into your large muscles of your thighs. And again, see if you're gripping on with your thighs. See if you can let go of that. And then tuning into the weight of your body on the chair or the cushion. What do you actually feel when you do that? So really noticing the points where your body is supported by the chair or the cushions and the floor. Again, try to really feel them, not think about them. Just notice how your body is supported just now. So then opening up to your whole body. But not as a literal diagram of muscles and bones, but as a felt experience. What do you actually feel of the body? See if you can just keep opening up to that. And your body might feel comfortable or uncomfortable. And at the moment we're not trying to change that, we're just trying to be willing to feel it directly, as a subtle body, as a mind-made body. And sometimes it helps if you imagine breathing into this body, breathing through the mind-made body. So you start to feel it more directly. Without naming it, without stepping back from it. When your mind goes away, that's all right. That's just what the mind does. Just open up from where your mind has gone into the body again. What do you feel in the body now? Can you allow yourself to feel it without naming it or analysing it? Or trying to solve it in some way. So you're trying to unify your awareness with the body itself. You're not trying to have a separate awareness of the body. So just keep on opening up to the whole sensations of being in a body. And come back to the weight of your body on the chair or the cushions, your feet on the floor. Listening to the sounds around you. And when you're ready, opening your eyes and coming out of the meditation. Okay, so that's just about time, all we've got time for this morning. So we'll start again here at 1 o'clock. So there's a bit of time if you want to go and get yourself something to eat and then come back. And then, as I say, we'll have a ritual of puja at 2:45, preceded by cake. So do come back for that. Yes, if you can give a donation, well, everyone can really. The centre's run by volunteers, or all the team that are running the class today are volunteers, and we really rely on donations. But yeah, let's come back in again if you possibly can at 1 o'clock, and we'll explore the emotional component of this matter. Yeah. Good. places next to people. Perhaps if all the places might need to fill up. So if you see a space. That's a good advert to if you've got a phone, it's a good time to turn it off. So come and grab a space. There's a chair there at the back, is there? There's a space down here if you need one. If you've got a space near you, put your hand up. So move towards the hands. Has everyone got a space? You need a cushion and some mats to sit on, otherwise it won't be very comfortable. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so welcome everyone. Welcome to this special day of celebrations. We're celebrating Bhante Sangharakshita's birthday. That's the photographs of Bhante there. Do turn your phones off. One of those things where, before you know it, you can phone in. So people are also tuning in live, so welcome to anyone live. There was somebody from Whitechapel earlier on, so we're hoping that they've actually come in person because it's not so far away. But there are people from the US and India tuning in as well, so there's lots of people tuning in just now. So we're going to start, as we did in the morning, by saluting the shrine. Just before I do that, who is new to meditation or newish to meditation? That's good. Okay, good. So this will be a bit weirder. But if you don't want things that are a bit weirder, don't come to a Buddhist centre. Try Netflix, okay? So we're going to start by saluting the shrine, and we'll do that in call and response. Yeah? Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namah. Namo So just sit comfortably. Don't sit on your knee in your meditation posture just yet, because you'll need your knees for later on. My name is Maitreyabandhu, and I've been teaching here at the London Buddhist Centre for a long time, about 300 years. I suggested this morning, and I knew Bhante. Bhante died 4 or 5 years ago now, but I knew Bhante. And Bhante is the founder, Sangharakshita is the founder of the London Buddhist Centre, the founder of Triratna Buddhist Order. He opened this centre. He's our teacher and guide. Yeah? So we always celebrate his birthday every year. And if you want to, and I would recommend it, you can stay for cake, which, having glanced at the cake just earlier, isn't as exciting as I'd hoped, to be honest. People choose cakes that are good for you, which is like really not the idea, is it? Why? Anyway. Won't go off on that one. But there is cake, which possibly doesn't have sugar in it, which is, anyway. And then after our celebratory non-sugary cake, we'll have a ritual that we do every year to celebrate Bhante's birthday at 2:45. So you're very welcome to stay for that, even particularly if you've never done a Buddhist ritual before. Okay, so I was teaching this morning I'm just using not even a paragraph from this book, The Three Jewels, which is a classic book by Bhante Sangharakshita. Actually, I bought this for my ordination 33 years ago, and I'm focusing on this particular section where he talks about how you gain enlightenment, which is the whole purpose of Buddhist meditation. Buddhist meditation is about having a direct experience of what you could call transcendental wisdom, or the unconditioned, it's sometimes called. Hi there, come in, nice to see you again. Is there a place for you? Both. If there isn't, let's get some team members to get some. If you've got a place near you, put your hand up. No. Let's see if we can find some places before we carry on. If not, if a team member can grab some cushions and we can put you down here at the front. Yeah. Don't feel self-conscious. Yeah. Can we manage to get people in? That'd be good. It's all doable. I'll just read whilst you. So, the area I've been trying to explore is this section where he says that the way to achieving enlightenment is not with grim determination using goals fixed for itself by the conscious mind without reference to the total psyche, but in the harmonious unfoldment in and through mindfulness of one's deepest potential. Yeah, quite straightforward. So what he's saying is that enlightenment is our deepest potential. So that's really, really important already, that we have this potential, and we have a potential to become enlightened, to become like this figure on the shrine. But we don't do that by simply using the part of our conscious mind that we have, yeah? And what I was saying this morning is that even, I'm meeting more and more people who are meditating now, but most people that I talk to, if they haven't been taught properly and if they're not learning meditation in a systematic, contextual way, it's very easy to think that meditation is about you just sort of trying to get a goal, even if that goal is relaxation or a quiet mind, just by using your conscious mind. Yeah. So this is what is happening, I think, is that people sort of have this idea about what they want to get from meditation, and they use their conscious willing to try and get that. Yeah. And Bhante says, without reference to the total psyche. Yeah. So what we're trying to do is harmoniously unfold. It's a very, very important way of putting it. Yeah? We're not just trying to sort of get something, in that something could be calm or a quiet mind or enlightenment. We're not just trying to get something using our conscious mind. We're trying to harmoniously unfold, yeah? Through the total psyche. Yeah? So what I was saying this morning is that most of us, nowadays particularly, are living in this small area of our conscious mind that's to do with thought, that's to do with planning, fantasizing, ruminating, worrying, and so on. That's partly because that modern life is so complex, and what complexity does is it pushes us up into thought, yeah? Into planning, into thinking, into imagining. We don't realize how much we're doing that. Yeah? We don't realize how weird we are, that we're so much pushed into, it's not even thought in the philosophical sense, it's cognition in what Buddhism would call prapuncture, which is mental proliferation. Yeah? That what we're stuck in is this little kind of tunnel of mental proliferation, where we're thinking about the future, worrying about things we've done in the past, planning for things we've done in the future, worrying about our relationship to ourself very often, and often making that worse. Yeah? And more modern people are stuck in that way, yeah? In a tiny bit of their conscious mind, without reference to the total psyche. Yeah? So this morning what I did to try to start to work with that, the first thing we need to do is step out of that, what I would call highly secondary, constructed kind of experience, which is mostly mental. Do you see what I mean? Where we're mostly living in a kind of mad YouTube channel in our mind, following its recommendations. Like when you watch Dame Edna Everage, which I happened to glance at last night, all kinds of other things, Parkinson's shows will all come up for those of you of my age group. So our mind is like that. We're stuck in this everlasting YouTube channel. So when we think about this, our mind comes up with 8 other things we might like to think about. Yeah. So if you think about, I'm now feeling a bit grumpy, your mind will come up with 8 other things that you could feel grumpy about. Yeah? Or if you're now feeling a bit sort of sorry for yourself or a bit low, your mind will naturally come up with 8 other things, reasons to feel sorry for yourself and a bit low. Yeah? And we get sucked into this YouTube channel of our mind. It's highly constructed. It's secondary in the sense that it's not based in your direct sense experience. It's a kind of dream that we're stuck in. And for many people in the world, it's an agonizing dream we're stuck in, where we keep comparing ourselves with other people, comparing ourselves with what we thought we were like in the past, what we think we should be like in the future. Yeah? So what's happening for most of us is we're stuck at this very high level of construction, of mental proliferation, of abstraction. Yeah. So the first thing we need to do is open out from that into a direct experience of the body. Yeah. If we're to experience the total psyche, rather than this little tiny laser point of this YouTube channel that we're following with all these recommendations, in other words, running along our habits and deepening our habits more and more. And remember, a lot of our habits are, frankly, bad habits of self-reproach, habits of habitual self-criticism, habits of a comparison, and so on, all of which, even though they're highly mental and constructed, are taking place just below your self-awareness, so you often don't notice that you're doing it. Yeah? They're affecting your mood, they're affecting your perception of your life, but you don't notice that you're doing it. Yeah? This is one of the reasons why depression is so epidemic. People are talking more and more about loneliness now. It seems to be on the rise very, very strongly. Yeah? So the first thing we need to do to approach the whole psyche is to have this much greater sense of being embodied, not just sort of following this. Well, it's not even a YouTube channel anymore, it's a TikTok channel. Notice my contemporary reference. I actually never looked at TikTok. But anyway, I believe it's like a YouTube channel, but shorter. But we're basically scrolling through TikTok all the time, and again, following habits of that. Yeah. So the first thing we need to do in meditation and in life generally is have a much greater experience of our body. And I could say more about that, but I just taught that, and you missed it if you weren't here. Yeah? I want to come, in the ritual, I want to say more about something beyond the body, but for now we'll stick with the body. So the first thing we need, all of us need, is a much more intrinsic experience of the body, which is not secondary. Yeah? So you're trying to live through the body, I was saying in this morning, like an Alsatian dog. I mean, I don't actually know what it feels like to be an Alsatian dog, but they look all right, don't they? You're just trying to live through the body. People even talk about their body as if it's a separate thing. People even say, my body wants this, and so on. It's a very odd way of talking, as if body and mind are two quite separate things. Yeah. So that's the first thing we need to do, and that's what I was exploring this morning. But if we are to reference a total psyche, most of the total psyche is to do with the realm of emotion, except for the word emotion is a bit emotional. It's to do with the realm of feelings, emotions, hunches, intuitions, forebodings, memories, and all of that world, yeah, which is more like the world of, we'd just say the world of feeling. And for most of us, our feeling sense is weak on one hand. We don't feel very much. Often we don't feel very emotionally positive we haven't got much buoyancy, often because a lot of us, I think, are stuck in a kind of depressive kind of thinking. And what depressive thinking does is it latches on the worst possible reading of your experience. Yeah? So if you're prone to anxiety or depression, what you will do instinctively is to come up with the worst reading of what you're experiencing. And that itself becomes very habitual. Yeah? So many of us don't feel things very much at all, and our feelings aren't very positive, yeah? And also usually they're not very refined. Yeah? So the Buddhist kind of, the way to enter into the psyche from the point of view of the emotions is to feel your feelings more, to cultivate more positive emotions, and to refine your emotional life. Yeah? Now, all that's far too much to talk about in the lunchtime. But what I want to do particularly is focus on a basic part of that, which is to do with feeling loved. Yeah? So your emotional sense is a lot to do with whether you feel loved or not. Whatever you think, whether you think that's important to you or not, it is. Yeah? Human beings can't live without feeling loved by others. Even the fact that people are thinking about you has a very good effect on you. Yeah? So many people haven't experienced that very much. They haven't felt loved particularly. Now the tendency with that, if you're not careful, is to then go off and blame people. You know, the old target always with your poor old parents who were never good enough, and what they didn't say is, well, the children are never good enough either. So it's easy to go off into blame about why you didn't feel loved, but it's actually essential to feel loved. Yeah, you can't change if you weren't. That's very painful for you, and up to a point I wasn't, so I know what it's like. It's nobody's fault though. It's just that my parents were working very hard, very busy. I had come from a large family, and I was the one that was always upset. I was the grumbling one of the family, and I know what that's like now. So if you don't learn, if you haven't experienced that very much, you don't very easily feel that you feel a good relationship to yourself and feel loved by others. Yeah. So Sangharakshita, the founder of our movement, who is celebrating his birthday today, he said that the only thing you need before you completely dedicate yourself to a spiritual life, by which he means a life completely given to altruism and pretty much nothing else, he said the only thing that you need before you dedicate yourself like that is to love yourself and know that you're loved by others. Yeah? So I want to focus this lunchtime on that simple, apparently simple thing of loving yourself and knowing that you're loved by others. And those two things are important. Now, this word love I always find a bit tricky because it's abstract, basically. And if you're not careful, as soon as you think, do you love yourself? Well, my answer is always no, because it's just too big for me. I'm not that kind of guy, you know. And how would it be to love yourself? Oh, good morning, Maitreyabandhu. Good morning, sweetheart. You know, hello, darling. You know, it's a bit grand, really, the language of love. But what it really is getting at is that you have this very healthy attitude to yourself, where you're just all right. Yeah. Now, that is actually quite foundational in everyday life, but many of us haven't got it. Yeah. And then part of that is built by whether you're loved by others. It's how you, from terms of psychology, it's to do with how you regulate your emotions. It's to do with how much you feel loved by others. So what we're going to do today is just imagine. Yeah. So you don't need to try to make yourself feel loved and love yourself or loved by others, because that can be self-problematizing. But what we can do is just imagine that. Yeah? And you know that imagination can change the world. Yeah? So if you've ever had a sexual fantasy, I'm sure none of you have, but if you have, you know full well that you, just by fantasizing, all sorts of things happen in your body. Yeah? So they're as real as anything else. Yeah? They're not unreal. I'm not recommending sexual fantasy, I'm just trying to use it as an example. So in the same way, you can just imagine that you love yourself and that you know you're loved by others. Yeah? So in the small time available to me, I just want to take one approach to that. Yeah? So what I want to suggest we do, and I've been teaching this a bit recently because I've been doing it in my own meditations, is that you will just go into the body, because we need to start with an embodied awareness, not a highly secondary sort of cognitive awareness. We'll start with that, and then see if you can just imagine people in your life who you felt loved by. Yeah. So, for instance, I always bring to mind my grandmother. My grandmother died when I was 8, but I used to run round. She used to live next door, and I used to run round. She used to always wear black. She'd worn black since her husband died 40 years before. So she always was wearing black, and I'd run round to my grandmother's. And my grandmother just thought I was wonderful. Sometimes grandmothers are better in that way than parents, because they don't have to discipline you. So I just run round, and I used to chatter a lot, and I think she used to, I don't know, she just liked it. As soon as you know how when you're a child, you know that people, it's nothing to do with how you behave. They just already love you before any event. Yeah? And what that does, it makes you relax. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel safe, not in the modern silly way, but in the simple sense of you don't feel like you need to defend yourself in any way. You don't feel like you need to be on the lookout for anything, because you're with your grandmother and she just thinks you're fantastic. And that's what my grandmother did. She said I had character. Which I think is true. She was also very impressed with my colouring in. But then she would be, because she already loved me. So what I don't do it so much now, but what I have been doing is you just bring to mind people like that. And you try and bring it to mind, bring them to mind as vividly as you can. What I can remember the smell of my grandmother used to have an Arga in her room, and had this smell of coal. And it was all, she had these huge Alsatian dogs, so it was always very sort of fuggy and doggy, but somehow that was, in my mind, is part of this sense of safety. Yeah, and it was always very dark. Weirdly, I think she must have kept the curtains closed a bit or something. So what you're trying to do is get back into that sense of being beloved. Yeah, but for no reason. Not because you're good at this or good at that, or even good at colouring in. I'm sure we're all good at that now. So see if you can just think of people that you could bring to mind. They can be friends that you have now. They can be people who are long dead. Yeah? Buddhism doesn't make such a distinction between the living and the dead. They're a whole community. It's something that we've lost in modern times. We now have this terrible demarcation between the living and the dead. But that's very weird and modern, even postmodern. Most traditional societies would feel in easy communication with the dead and wouldn't understand why we are so frightened of it. So, for instance, my father died like 28 years ago, something like that. And often in this meditation, I bring him to mind. And he was always in the kitchen, always drinking tea, which I followed resolutely, because I'm always doing the same. And there was something about my father's presence that was just reassuring. He was always there. He was a very, very good man, yeah? So you just see if you can bring people to mind, and you're trying to then tune into how that makes you feel, yeah? Now, don't do that too consciously. Mainly, it's like just dreaming about it. You don't need to make, even at the moment today, let's say you're having a bit of a holiday from meditation, because even that can be a bit like, oh, I'm doing this technical sort of thing called meditation, which you have to read manuals about. It's like you're just sitting here, you sit still, you sit in your posture, and you just dream these people back, and you talk to them, and you be in relationship with them. Yeah? And you see how that makes you feel. Yeah? So instead of trying to love yourself and know you're loved by others, which if you're not careful can get you, again, into a sort of, can problematize that, because you can think, well, I don't love myself and I'm not loved by others. To have survived to where you are now, you have been loved by others. You might not have been loved by others in the way that you would have wished, but you have been, otherwise you would be very, very, very ill. Yeah. So see if you can just bring people to mind in this meditation. We'll talk you through it, and see if you can, you're looking to have your feeling sense open up, yeah? Because the main thing that takes us into the psyche as a whole is this broad body sense and this sense of love, yeah? In terms of how we then move towards insight and enlightenment, that's what we mostly need. We need a sense of wholeness across the whole psyche, including our whole body, and we need this sense of love, yeah? Of being loved and loving. Yeah? Once you have that, what it does is it unifies your psyche, unifies the basement, as it were, of your psyche with the top of your psyche. It's the whole psyche starting to be present. I was saying to a friend of mine yesterday, I think one of the things that's happening in the world now is we're becoming more and more heartless, which is weird because we're also sentimentalizing emotion a lot. So we need this sense of a whole body sense and a heart sense being very opened up. Weirdly, a lot of people doing meditation don't realize this. Yeah? Once you have that, you'll feel any reflections you have about the nature of reality actually will start to have an effect on you because they're having an effect on your whole psyche. Yeah? Okay, so let's have a go at that, shall we? So set yourself up so you can sit completely still. And then when you're ready, closing your eyes. And the very fact that you're here now is in itself an expression of caring for yourself. So as soon as you close your eyes, you've got this sense that this is me nurturing myself, wanting the best for myself. And once again, we're going to start with becoming more aware, opening up to the body. So see if you can feel the weight of your body on the chair or the cushions. And see if you can give the weight of your body to the chair and the cushions. So the chair or the cushions are supporting you, so you can let go into that support. And the ground is supporting you, so you can let go into that. And then see if you can soften your face, especially softening the muscles around your eyes. See if you can soften your jaw and your mouth. So you have this sense of your face calming down, quietening down. And then bring your attention into your shoulders. Just see if you can soften your shoulders. Sometimes the best thing to do is just imagine that. Imagine that you're taking off a very tight jacket and your shoulders can expand and drop down. And again, bringing your attention into your belly. And just see if you can tell if you're habitually grasping your belly or pulling your belly in. We often do that without noticing it. So there's this attitude as you practice that you're caring for the body, you're letting the body settle down, calm down, quieten down. And see if you can relax the large muscles of your thighs. Quite often the body's got discomfort. That's all right. See if you can allow yourself to feel that. It's usually not quite as bad as we think. Even have a bit of a sense of, an empathic sense of that discomfort. And then see if you can just have a sense of your whole body. And then in your own way, just bring to mind people that you felt loved by, whose presence is a kind of reassurance to you. And you're trying to just almost dream them. Don't make too much of an effort. Don't even think of it as a meditation too much. Just sort of casually almost bring them to mind, remember them, talk to them. And occasionally keep coming back to your body, but otherwise just as vividly as you can bring people to mind who have your interests at heart, whether they're alive now or not. Come back to your body again. Feel the weight of your body on the chair or resting on the cushions. Having this sense of your body calming down, quietening down. See if you can feel the whole body. Feeling the weight of your body on the chair or the cushions. And then, once again, just bringing people to mind in your life, either now or in the past, who love you, who you feel at ease with, that you feel that you don't need to be at all on the lookout. See if you can just open out to that feeling. So you don't need to try and develop anything, you don't need to try and be anyone, because there's a person in your mind who, they just care for you, love you, want to be with you, want the best for you. Try and sit completely still. Then coming back to your body, the weight of your body, the warmth of your body. Giving your weight to the chair and the floor or the cushions. Opening up to the sounds around you. And then when you're ready, opening your eyes and coming out of the meditation. Okay, so that's almost all we've got time for. Yes, today I can only just give you a little taster of meditation. The main thing really is to keep coming back. I need to keep learning what Buddhist meditation is, and having the support of a class like this to practice it. So next week we'll, for both the morning and the lunchtime, we'll have a newcomer section and a regular section as usual. We're just doing this as a special occasion today. And then, as I said, in a minute if you want to stay around for tea and cake, you're very, very welcome. And then at 1:45, we'll come and do a fairly short ritual. It will last for about possibly 50 minutes, but something that I'll say a bit more about Bhante then. So if you can give a donation, everyone probably can. The centre's run by volunteers. It's not like I'm charging a Saturday rate. The idea we're trying to create a new culture here where I give, you give, everyone gives, and then we don't have to think about that stuff. So if you can give a donation, that's great. And then let's have a cup of tea and some sugar-free cake, and then do come and join us for the ritual at 1:45. No, leave the cushions there, I think. Okay, so everybody in. Okay, so welcome everyone to Bhante's puja, celebration of Bhante's birthday. In a minute I'll say a little bit about Bhante. Some of you know him, some of you won't have ever met him. And then I'll say something about ritual. Is anyone new to ritual today? Yes, good. Put your hands a bit higher. Good, yeah, good. That's a good thing. So I'll say something about the importance of ritual, and then we'll do a ritual, and I'll say something about that as well. Yeah. Now, before we do all that, what we're going to do, David is here, very kindly has appeared with a camera. Yes, well, with a phone. So what we do every year, we have this ritual. We take a photograph of everybody there, and we stick them in a book, which is weird. You can see we're already behind the times. So we have this particular image on the shrine. That candle next to the image on the shrine there, the Amitabha there, is a candle we only light for this puja. And it's going to apparently last for 108 of these pujas. How many have we had so far? Nobody knows. How many? 13, okay. Okay, good. We've had 13 of them. So we've been lighting it every time. And of course, when we started it 13 years ago, sticking a photograph in a book seemed very now. It's now very then. Soon it'll be positively archaeological. By the end of this series, I'll be AI'd into it, and it'll be. I'll just be doing it as a hologram, from the dead. We won't be able to stick that in a book, I can tell you. Anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to start. David is going to stand over there on the shrine and take a photograph. If you could look happy. To have your photograph taken and have it stuck in a book. Okay? So David, without due ceremony, will take a photograph of you looking happy. Good.
Look at you in this, okay.
No, you don't know me, man. I'm going to be AI'd in later. I've sold my image. Thank you, David. Thank you. That's kind. And what else was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so at the end, if you'd like, we've also got a book that Maitreyabandhu has. Hold it up. Which is going to last for 108 years. And you can sign the book as well to say you were here. Yeah, that's our tradition, strangely. Anyway, so let's start by saluting the shrine. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Before I start talking about Bhante, I wanted to talk about Dhammadina, who's sitting at the back there, and this is her 50th birthday, in the sense that she was ordained 50 years ago today, which is something to celebrate as well. Someone was suggesting that I interviewed Dhammadina. She wasn't so keen, and she was fortunate that the programme is too full, but I did want to congratulate Dhammadina for 50 years of being ordained by Bhante, of course. Yeah, by Bhante. So I thought I'd just start with a little story of Bhante. Do sit comfortably, you always do for stories. Sometimes more can be said in a story than in anything else. Actually, I'm not sure that's the case with this story, but anyway, it's a story. So I was just thinking about his birth. I've been thinking about him a lot today and thinking about his birthday and remembering when I made him a birthday cake. So he used to live upstairs, like, where was it, sort of over there. And I used to live upstairs. I now live a bit further upstairs. That's how far I've gone in life. About approximately 2 flights. But I used to live just above here, and the kitchen was just here. And I was cooking on this day when I was 33, which is quite a long time ago now. It was my birthday. No, it wasn't. It was Bhante's birthday. I was cooking anyway. And I get it right. And I thought, I know what I can do. I can make Bhante a birthday cake. So I made this cake, which is a sad thing, because I'm not a great cook and I'm even a worse baker. Anyway, I made this cake, which looked like it had been sat on by somebody. It all broke up, and I tried to stick it together with various things and present it to him. So he lived just over there, and I knocked on his door, and he opened the door, and I said, "Bhante, I've made you a birthday cake." I've got it wrong. It was my birthday, not his. That's important. But I thought instead of me having a birthday cake, I should make Bhante a birthday cake. Yeah. So I thought there was some sort of weirdness. Anyway, so I said, look, it's my birthday, but I thought it'd be much better if I made you a birthday cake. And I presented him with this sad creature. And Bhante looked at it and he said, "Did you make this with your own hands?" Which struck me as extremely funny, because it certainly looked like I'd made it with my hands. And anyway, we had a meal in the community, and I went. In those days, you used to then go and knock on his door and collect the plate. So we'd wash up. We'd cook for him in the evenings and then wash up for him afterwards. And I knocked on the door to go and get the stuff, and he opened the door again and said, "It's your birthday." I said, "Yes." And he said, "How old are you?" And I said, "I'm 33." And he said, "The same age as Christ when he was crucified." And I laughed, and then he sort of walked away and said, "I'm sure your friends won't crucify you." And then he seemed to pause and then said, "At least not literally." And then he said, "I've got you a little gift." So what he did, he came out and he gave me this, which is this beautiful crystal mala which keeps breaking. So I never dare use it or wear it. I keep it in this yellow box on my shrine upstairs. And it's crystals from the Ajanta cave. So, after saying, same age as Christ when he was crucified, he then came and gave me this mala, which is a crystal mala from the Ajanta caves. And that tells you a lot about Bhante. This is someone who's created an international Buddhist movement and a translator of the Buddhist tradition. But someone who relates to persons as individuals, as unique. Like another time when we were upstairs, we had this big, I better not talk too long, we had this big, it wasn't that big actually, but it's a tabby cat that took a liking to Bhante. People thought it was for spiritual reasons, but I think it's because Bhante had the heating on very high. So, Bhante would be writing in his room. Our community had no heating, so the cat used to scratch desperately to be let in whilst Bhante was writing. He was writing, for those of you who know Bhante's books, he was writing Protestant Buddhism at the time. And Mickey, the name of the cat, would lie underneath his feet whilst he was writing. Again, people thought, isn't that, it's like it's like St. Jerome's lion, he looked like a lion, but it's probably because of the heating. Anyway, one day we were up there, all of us in the community, and he came through carrying Mickey, and he was a big fat tabby. Look, and the cat, if ever a cat can look guilty, it was sort of looked terribly guilty, and he brought Mickey in, with deep shame. And Mickey had caught a bird on the roof, and Bhante had been writing and noticed, and gone and got Mickey away, and brought him in. And he said to us, "Can we make sure that we don't let Mickey out? We need to let this little sparrow recover from his attack from Mickey, so don't let him back out on the roof again until the sparrow has flown away. And again, do you see how much that communicates of the person? That, writing a very, very difficult and challenging book, which not everybody liked, creating a Buddhist movement that I and all of the order members you see here were ordained into, but taking time to get Mickey off the sparrow, off the roof, and to tell us all what had happened and to not let Mickey out again until the sparrow had flown away. And, that's my teacher, and that's our teacher, that's the teacher of the Triratna Buddhist order, and that's why we're celebrating his birthday today. Yeah. So I thought I'd just tell you those little tiny stories. That's weird. There's not a puja book. Anyway. No, that's not one. Oh, good, thank you. This has all been carefully prepared to make it look like I'm very spontaneous. I'm working a treat. So I thought I'd say a little tiny bit about ritual, because some of you are new to ritual. I mean, the only thing you need to know about Buddhist ritual is that Buddhism has no place for any kind of creator god. Yeah? If anything, that's never been an idea in Buddhism. So when we do ritual in Buddhism, we're not doing a ritual to any literally existing deity of any kind. Yeah? But the trouble with that idea now is that we think it's a secular matter, that there's no, as it were, divine. And that's very, very problematic. We think of human life now in secular terms, and secularity isn't big enough for us. We're much bigger than a secular world can allow. But we've our ideas of creator God now know what many people now can't believe in, and I've never personally been able to believe in a creator God, and Buddhism doesn't. But that doesn't mean to say it doesn't believe in a world, as it were, a realm, as it were, beyond egotistical consciousness and the rational mind. Yeah? Effectively, for us, the Buddha is like the God that didn't create the universe. He was born an ordinary human being, but became a Buddha. And he's not an ordinary human being anymore. He's not driven by egotism anymore at all. In fact, his whole motivation after Buddhahood is compassion. We simply can't imagine him. He's our deepest potential, but we don't realise how deep our potential goes. Yeah? So even though Buddhism doesn't have a creator God, it has all the room for ritual and worship and the imagination. Yeah? That's very, very important, that there is something in the universe that's much, much bigger than you. Yeah? It's, as it were, a poetic divine, not a literal divine. So what we're going to do is, all we're going to do today is we're just going to hear some things from Bhante. So I've asked my two readers just to read, one after another, little excerpts from Bhante's memoirs, all the way from being a child to a very late piece of writing, just little excerpts from his memoirs. Then we're going to run through this ritual, this puja, called the Sevenfold Puja, and we'll just do that in call and response. And at the end of it, I'll start the Tara mantra, and we'll have a mantra, and you can make offerings. Yeah? You can go to the shrine, you can light a candle, you could light some incense, and you bow to the shrine. You're doing that in Buddhism as if the Buddha is here. Yeah? As if, instead of this figure on the shrine, the Buddha himself is here. A figure that is... his very nature is compassion. His very nature is wisdom. There's no egotism there. Yeah? So we imagine, puja really is a way of imagining his presence and his presence to us. So what the main thing to do with ritual is just like going to the theatre. You go to theatre comes from ritual. All the arts come out of ritual, really, poetry, theatre, cinema. And what you do when you go to the cinema, or what you do when you go to a play, is that you allow yourself to be deeply moved by it, and you can be very, very moved and even change your life because of it, but you know it's not literally true. If you go and see, I don't know, Romeo and Juliet, you know that they're not lovers necessarily. You know they don't die at the end, but you have a capacity to put that knowledge aside and be deeply moved by the universal meaning of the drama. And that comes from ritual. Yeah? So we're going to do the same sort of thing. So the only real way for it to work, as it were, is for you to really engage with it. Just as if you went to the theatre and you were sort of sceptical about it and thought, yeah, but they're probably not, if you bring all of that knowledge, that you don't need that for a film or a theatre. You know that you need to put it aside. So it's the same with ritual. You act as if, in doing this, the Buddha appears. Yeah, and if you act like that, he may appear. And if you act like that very deeply, he will appear, without doubt. But you need to actually engage like that. Yeah? But you're not engaging with, just as Romeo and Juliet never existed, you're not engaging with a literal thing. You're engaging with something in the universe. Yeah. So when I was reading about the studies that have been done about well-being. So there's been lots and lots of studies you can imagine about well-being, because so many people are struggling with their well-being. And all the studies basically come up with three things that you need to do if you want to foster your well-being. The first is the importance of contact with the natural world. Like walking in a wood, for instance, lowers your blood pressure. It has a huge effect on your whole psyche. So if you want to look after yourself, I need to make sure I spend quite a lot of time in the natural world with the first generations that have lived quite removed from that, and it's very, very unhealthy. Yeah? So one of the things you need to do for well-being is be in a relationship with the natural world. The second is to be part of a community. There have been lots and lots of studies into the experience of a community and what it does for your physical, mental and psychological health. Yeah? So for instance, they did a study of a small town in Italy where they all drink and smoke and eat far too much red meat, but they live forever because they have this incredible sense of community. Yeah? So if you want well-being, you need to be part of a community. And one of the things we're trying to create here is a community. Yeah, a community without walls, a community in which anyone can become part of it. But you have to be actively part of a community, otherwise it doesn't work. Yeah? And then the third thing you find from studies about well-being is some kind of contact with the divine. And this has been much argued about because it doesn't follow the trends of contemporary thought. In fact, even things like communal worship is very, very good for people, partly because it strengthens your sense of being in a community. That's one of the functions of worship, is it strengthens your sense of feeling part of something. But basically, some sense of the divine is absolutely crucial to your well-being, as much as the natural world and a sense of community. So it's very striking to me that that's what we do. We create a sense of community and we have this sense of ritual. We go on retreat where we particularly try to be in contact with the natural world. Buddhism is very, very deeply fosters well-being if you engage with it wholeheartedly, not if you just sort of passive to it, but if you engage with it. Yeah. So in a ritual, if you engage with it, it will have a real effect on you. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. It's fairly straightforward. Okay, let's do that. So what we'll do is just sit for a moment, then I think it's Vishvantra, are you reading first? Yeah, and then the two of you can just take it in turns to read, and then we'll perform the sevenfold puja. Depending how the time goes, we'll just do we might just do the verses and the mantra. I'll see what time we've got. But just for now, just closing your eyes. And once again, as if you're preparing for meditation, just bring your mind into your body. Feel the weight of your body dropping down through the chair, through the cushions.
Apart from my refusal to cry when born, the strangest circumstance of my most recent appearance in this world, on 26th of August 1925, is that it took place in a nursing home in southwest London, only a few hundred yards from the spot where, 2 years earlier, had died Alan Bennett, otherwise Ananda Maitreya, the first Englishman to take the yellow robe in the East and return to teach the Dharma in his native land. My parents at that time occupied the upper part of a house in Tooting, which belonged to my grandmother. Brick-walled and slate-roofed, with green privet hedge, a pair of highly polished front doors, one for the upstairs, the other for the downstairs flat, and lace-curtained windows. It was one of the hundreds of thousands which, standing back to back in interminable rows, helped to make up that vast maze of mutually intersecting streets, which is suburban London. What I take to be my earliest memory, however, finds me not outside, but inside the house. Lying at night in the great double bed in my parents' room, which was at the front of the house, I used to stare up at the foliated ceiling piece, the size and shape of a cartwheel, from the centre of which hung the light. As motors passed up and down the main road, which was at the bottom of our street, their headlights, reflected onto the ceiling, swung slowly round the centrepiece like great bright spokes around a shadowy hub. If the motors were going south towards the coast, the spokes swung clockwise. If north to the city's heart, in the opposite direction. With the clanging of the distant tram bells and the low roar and rumble of the other traffic in my ears, I used to lie in the darkness and watch the spokes turning now this way, now that, and now both ways simultaneously as two motors passed each other until lulled to sleep. In later years, when I slept in my own bedroom, I used to experience the sensation of being whirled round and round into a great golden light, which gradually engulfed me, and I knew no more. Whether the later experience, which continued until I was 5 or 6, was connected with the earlier, I do not know. But for quite a long time after it had ceased, I took for granted that everyone fell asleep in the same manner.
I vividly remember a dream I had when I was 8 years old and in hospital with scarlet fever and chickenpox. In my dream, I saw a boy of 14 lying full length on a bed. He was brown-skinned, naked and dead, and I was looking down on him. Reflecting on the dream in my mature years, I have wondered whether the boy was me in a previous life, and that I was taking my last look at the body I was leaving.
How big is God? This was a question that perplexed me when I was a child. I had probably been told about the greatness of God at Sunday school, and thinking that great meant big, I tried hard to imagine how big he was. From the way this greatness was described, I concluded that God was not only very big, but that he possessed, moreover, a giant human form. I therefore tried to imagine an enormously big foot, no doubt thinking that with this as a starting point, I could work my way up to an idea of just how big God really was. Although bigness and greatness are not synonymous, it is certainly possible for the former to suggest the latter, so that I was not entirely on the wrong track when, as a child, I tried to ascertain how big God was. Even at that age, I had an obscure sense of something not merely greater than me, but immeasurably higher in the scale of existence. This sense has always been strong in me, and as I grew up, it became increasingly focused on the human, historical Shakyamuni, the Buddha, or enlightened one.
I have more than once reflected that the 2 years I spent confined to bed, alone with a few books and the children's encyclopedia, must have had a decisive influence on my character, and thus on the course of my whole life thereafter. Until then, so far as I know, I had just been an ordinary boy, indistinguishable from other working class tooting boys. Like them, I loved playing in the street, was not particularly fond of school, got into scrapes and fights, and was overjoyed when I could go fishing with my father on a Saturday afternoon. The discovery that I had heart disease put a stop to all that. From a lively, occasionally naughty 8-year-old, I was transformed overnight into a bedridden invalid who was scarcely permitted to move his arms freely. Abruptly and drastically, the current of my youthful energies was dammed and redirected. Strange to say, I cannot recall ever resenting this, or even feeling frustrated or restless. Perhaps I was sedated. I may even have been quite happy in a way. Yet such a lengthy period of enforced immobility could not but have affected me radically. From a distance of more than 60 years, I can see it as having affected me in at least 3 ways. It forced my energies inwards, towards the world of thought and imagination, making me more introspective than was normal for one of many of my years, or than I probably was by nature. Then the fact that I was scarcely permitted to move my arms freely meant that I was obliged to be conscious of what I was doing. This was even more the case when I came to graduate, at the end of the 2 years from bed to wheelchair, and when, later still, I started using my legs again. There was always a voice in my ear, my mother's or father's warning me to be careful, or not to move so quickly, and I may have ended up internalizing that admonitory voice. This constant need to be aware of what I was doing had both a positive and a negative effect. While it made it easier for me years later to cultivate mindfulness, it also tended to check any spontaneous physical expression of my feelings. Finally, my confinement to bed not only cut me off from contact with boys of my own age, but made me feel separate and different. This feeling persisted after my eventual return to school, for I was not allowed to take part in games or to play with my school fellows.
Dear Paramartha, you left last Thursday, and that night I had a dream. I dreamed about my Auntie Kate. She was my mother's elder sister, and when I was very young, I often stayed with her in the rather dark upstairs flat in Fulham where she lived with Uncle Dan. She was extremely fond of me, even though I was very naughty, pulling out her long hairpins when she had her afternoon nap, or even tying her to the back of her chair. Far from minding, she would only laugh at my tricks. She was indeed extremely fond of me, and I was extremely fond of her. The dream was quite a short one. I was in my mother's room, waiting for the arrival of Auntie Kate. The room was small and comfortably furnished, like a small nest, and there were colourful rugs on the floor. It was not like any room that my mother had ever actually occupied. In the dream, as in many other dreams, I was of no particular age and I was not doing anything. I was simply waiting for the arrival of Auntie Kate and listening for her step on the stairs. I eventually heard it. The door opened and in walked Auntie Kate. She was no bigger than a very small child, and I had to go down on the floor so that we could embrace each other. It was an intensely emotional occasion for both of us. I then woke up. The dream was fled, but my heart was still filled with love for Auntie Kate. You will agree that it was a strange dream, and I cannot think what might have occasioned it. Though I have dreamt of my mother a number of times, this was the first time I had dreamed of Auntie Kate. And why did she appear in the dream as a small child? The only connection I can make between the dream and a recent happening in my waking life is one that concerned Malika, though admittedly it is a rather tenuous one. I had recently been told that 85-year-old Malika was planning to move from Bethnal Green to Aberdeen in order to be near her youngest daughter, even though the move would mean leaving behind all her Sangha friends, some of whom had been helping her for years. The words that came to my mind when I heard of this were, "The leaves return to the tree." In other words, when we suspect that we may not have much longer to live, we often feel a strong urge to return to our place of origin. Malika was of Scottish origin, and perhaps it is not surprising that she should want to go back to Scotland and be near her daughter. My own place of origin was South London, I having been born in Stockwell and brought up in Tooting. Though I am unaware of any urge to go and spend my last days in South London, in recent years I have often dreamt of standing and waiting for the Tooting Broadway bus or underground train. Sometimes it would arrive, sometimes not, and I would be left waiting. I have also dreamt that I was sitting in the Tooting Broadway bus and looking out of the window as I waited for the bus to arrive at its destination, where I got out and started walking towards my old home. In some dreams, that home would be associated with my mother. In one such dream, I was walking home with her, and on the way we stopped at a pub where she had a meal before we continued on our way. In a more recent dream, I was with a group of friends, and I was anxious because I had promised my mother to be back by 8 o'clock, and it was now 9:30. I would have to get a taxi, I said. Whereupon you stepped forward, saying, "Don't worry, I'll drive you to your mother's place." On this occasion, as so often in real life, you were there when I needed you.
Though my autobiography, in the strict sense, must remain unwritten, I can at least look back over my life and reflect upon its vicissitudes. I can reflect on the establishing of a new Buddhist movement in London, on my work among the ex-untouchable Buddhists of India, on the founding of the Triratna Vihara in Kalimpong, on my ordination as a bhikkhu, on my life as a freelance wandering ascetic, on my life in the army, and so on back to the time when, as a teenager, all I wanted to do was to write, especially to write poetry, as well as to draw and paint, and to read widely. I did not want to be or do anything when I grew up, nor have I wanted to be or do anything since.
I have never married, and at 85 I am unlikely to do so, and I therefore will have no biological descendants. I will, I trust, have many spiritual descendants, in the form of the members of the Triratna Buddhist order. In other words, my spiritual descendants will be all those who, whether in Suffolk, in England, or in any other part of the world, go for refuge to the Three Jewels, and who study, practice, and communicate the Buddha Dhamma as taught by me in the course of 60 and more years.
The Sevenfold Puja. Firstly, worship. With Mandarava, blue lotus and jasmine.
With Mandarava, blue lotus and jasmine.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
I pay honour to the princes of the sages.
I pay honour to the princes of the sages.
So worthy of veneration.
So worthy of veneration.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
Sweet and penetrating.
Sweet and penetrating.
I make them offerings of food hard and soft.
I make them offerings of food hard and soft.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
Festooned with golden lotus.
Festooned with golden lotus.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
Salutation. As many atoms as there are.
As many atoms as there are.
In the 1,000 million worlds.
In the 1,000 million worlds.
So many times may I make reverent salutation.
So many times I make reverent salutation
to all the Buddhas of the three eras,
to all the Buddhas of the three eras,
to the Siddharma,
to the Shraddamalini,
and to the excellent community.
and to the excellent community.
I pay homage to all the shrines
I pay homage to all the shrines
and places in which the Bodhisattvas have been.
and places in which the Bodhisattvas have been.
I make profound obeisance to the teachers
I make profound obeisance to the teachers
and those to whom respectful salutation is due.
and those to whom respectful salutation is due.
Going for refuge. This very day,
This very day
I go for my refuge
I go for my refuge
to the powerful protectors,
to the powerful protectors
whose purpose is to guard the universe,
whose purpose is to guard the universe,
the mighty conquerors who overcome suffering everywhere.
the mighty conquerors who overcome suffering everywhere.
Wholeheartedly also I take my refuge
Wholeheartedly also I take my refuge
in the Dharma they have ascertained,
in the Dharma they have ascertained,
which is the abode of security against the rounds of rebirth.
which is the abode of security against the rounds of rebirth.
Likewise in the host of Bodhisattvas,
Likewise in the host of Bodhisattvas,
I take my refuge.
I take my refuge.
Confession of faults. The evil that I have heaped up
The evil that I have heaped up
through my ignorance and foolishness,
through my ignorance and foolishness,
evil in the world of everyday experience,
evil in the world of everyday experience,
as well as evil in understanding and intelligence,
as well as evil in understanding and intelligence.
all that I acknowledge to the protectors,
All that I acknowledge to the protectors,
standing before them,
standing before them,
with hands raised in reverence,
with hands raised in reverence,
and terrified of suffering.
and terrified of suffering.
I pay salutations again and again.
I pay salutations again and again.
May the leaders receive this kindly,
May the leaders receive this kindly,
just as it is with its many faults.
just as it is with its many faults.
What is not good, O protectors,
What is not good, O protectors,
I shall not do again.
I shall not do again.
Rejoicing in merit. I rejoice with delight
I rejoice with delight
in the good done by all beings,
in the good done by all beings,
through which they obtain rest,
through which they obtain rest,
with the end of suffering.
with the end of suffering.
May those who have suffered be happy.
May those who have suffered be happy.
I rejoice in the release of beings
I rejoice in the release of beings
from the sufferings of the rounds of existence.
from the sufferings of the rounds of existence.
I rejoice in the nature of the Bodhisattva
I rejoice in the nature of the Bodhisattva
and the Buddha,
and the Buddha,
who are protectors.
who are protectors.
I rejoice in the arising of the will to enlightenment
I rejoice in the arising of the will to enlightenment
and the teaching,
and the teaching,
those oceans that bring happiness to all beings
those oceans that bring happiness to all beings,
and are the abode of welfare of all beings.
and are the abode of welfare of all beings.
Entreaty and supplication. Saluting them with folded hands,
Saluting them with folded hands,
I entreat the Buddhas in all the quarters.
I entreat the Buddhas in all the quarters.
May they make shine the lamp of the Dharma
May they make shine the lamp of the Dharma
for those wandering in the suffering of delusion.
for those wandering in the suffering of delusion.
With hands folded in reverence,
With hands folded in reverence,
I implore the conquerors desiring to enter nirvana.
I implore the conquerors desiring to enter nirvana.
May they remain here for endless ages,
May they remain here for endless ages,
so that life in this world does not grow dark.
so that life in this world does not grow dark.
transference of merit and self-surrender. May the merit gained in my acting thus go to the alleviation of the suffering of all beings. My personality throughout my existences. My possessions. And my merit in all three ways. I give up without regard to myself. For the benefit of all beings. Just as the earth and other elements are serviceable in many ways to the infinite number of beings inhabiting limitless space, so may I become that which maintains all beings, situated throughout space, so long as all have not attained to peace. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Swa. 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 Om Tare Tue Swaha. Om Tare, Tu Tare, 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 Tue Swaha. Om Tare, So that's about all we've got time for today. So when you're ready, there's no rush. If you can put your cushions and mats back, and then I'll call it a day. Have a happy birthday, Bhante.